OverDrive. Is this?
It's Mail It In Friday.
Yeah, well, the dude abides.
This is OverDrive with Hayes, Noodles, and the O-Dog on TSN 1050.
Here we go. OverDrive off and running. TSN 1050 on the TSN app, your home smart speaker, up on TSN 4. Of course, up on YouTube Live. Brian Hayes, O-Dog, Jeff O'Neill, Jamie Noodles, McLennan.
What's going on?
Well, what a night we're about to have in Toronto. What a night we're about to have.
What do you think? Because there's been a lot of bouncing around. I think even Doogie, our crack staff producer, threw out a poll. What should happen? Cheer or boo? I think it's going to be a lot of boos. I just based that on what happened in Vegas.
Yeah, I think it should be boos. It's entertainment. Like, it's way more fun. Why wouldn't there be boos? Like, everyone's, there's this big referendum like, but what about the person? Mitch is a professional athlete. This is not a personal attack on Mitch Marner, the person.
It's a sports figure coming back to a town.
He left. He wanted to leave. There's a report that came out yesterday that would indicate 2 years ago the guy was basically thinking, I might be out of here, right? There's more and more details about whether or not he was willing to take a trade before the trade deadline, right? And waiving or not waiving. And why would you not? If you have tickets to the game, isn't it more fun? Isn't it more entertaining if it's just an electric atmosphere?
I don't know. I don't.
Of course you don't, because you guys are too cool. I get it. You guys played.
Too cool,
you guys are too cool. You guys played the game. I get it.
I've never gone to a sporting event and booed or cheered.
Because you're
Noodles,
too cool. Because you guys are athletes.
Not because I'm too cool.
You're both too cool. I get it.
I think it's lunacy, but
no,
I mean,
it's not
I understand
lunacy.
it. I understand it.
No, you don't. Clearly, you don't. You're saying your initial reaction was, I don't know. So what would you expect? What would you want? A cheer, standing ovation?
Here. Let me finish. Here's what I think is going to happen. He's going to get booed every time he touches the puck. And I've had plenty of players. I played with Chris Pronger. We nicknamed him Boo. Mitch Marner is the villain tonight. I have no problem with it. I do believe one thing. In the tribute video, maybe there should be some claps because he did give you 9 years. So you can boo every other time, but do you believe there'll be a tribute in the
Noodles,
tribute video?
Who the hell can turn the switch off like that? Like
lunatics.
Vitriol and hatred and booing, and then all of a sudden it's like, hang on a sec, for 5 minutes here, I'm going to just clap and be cordial, and then as soon as that video's over, I'm going to start booing again. Honestly, as nice as people from Canada are, Toronto, I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think it's possible to do that.
I've talked to a few Leaf fans that have said exactly that. Literally, said exactly that. I am going to boo the hell out of him for the whole game, but during the video, that's why I brought that point up. Is that not?
Well, I hear what you're saying. I take some issue with, like, he gave 9 years. He didn't go to prison for 9 years. The guy was a Leaf. Right. He lived out a childhood dream, and he got paid an exorbitant amount of money. Right? He didn't give. He worked hard. He was a really good Leaf. Like, he was a really good player. He
played for the team.
He played for the team, exactly. He wasn't forced into being a Maple Leaf for 9 years. I mean,
listen, it was a childhood dream, and he played very well, for the team for 9 years. So I think there is probably some people, the fan base. Again, I'm not speaking for myself because I don't fall into that bucket, but I do believe there are people that will cheer him during that tribute,
yes.
And I think they will boo the hell out of him. The rest, and again, I played on teams. We witnessed it with John Tavares going back to New York. The vitriol. I think there will be vitriol there tonight, and I have no problem with it. I can't speak to it personally, Brian. I'm sorry,
understand
I can't.
that.
I told him yesterday I've never booed at a sporting event, and he said I'm too cool.
I'm not too cool.
I know you guys.
I've never done it.
But I've known you guys for a long time. You see it through the lens of the player, as you should. I don't dispute that. Right. You had the experience of being in the league. You were in the room when there were 20,000 people going crazy. I get where your viewpoint is. You can be in the room. Like, you guys can speak to it, and you look at it from a different angle. So I guess what I'm saying is, I'm laying it on thick. You guys are too cool. My point is, I get why you two individually with your life experience wouldn't be in there starting the chance. But like I'm saying, the 19,000
let me ask you, as a former OHLer and now broadcaster, if you went to the game, whatever your personal feelings are, would you boo or cheer? The answer is no.
Well, I'm in a bit of a different place now because of what I do for a living, and I might be in the press box. I'm not going to be booing up there.
I get it, Brian, but you have personal feelings that are different than when you go home and you're normal Brian Hayes.
Yes.
If your feelings were vitriol towards Mitch Marner in hatred, and you're like, man, I really can't stand this guy, would you go in that building and stand up and go?
Yes. Yeah, sure I would. Sure. But here's what I guess what I'm driving at is I guess what I'm trying to point out the entertainment value of the experience tonight.
Heel. He's the heel.
Yeah, I think it would actually be a lot of fun. Like, it's a memorable moment. Like, if everyone's on it, it's not that, again, it's not real hatred. It's sports hate. It's not real.
That's a great term. It's sports hate.
It's sports hate.
You
That's
were
what
on
it
our
is.
team, and you decided to not be on our team anymore, and there's a bunch of other things that you did in the middle of it that pissed people off. And the one thing that kind of surprised me, I think we're talking about the same report, Brian.
Elliot Friedman wrote something yesterday. We might as well just allude to it.
That's right. It's like the entry-level signing bonus is still kind of putting a burr in his saddle. It's like, what?
Yeah, I think that and the fact that his agent reportedly said, well, we might be willing to look at a trade to the West, then that would indicate it wasn't about his personal life. It wasn't about, well, I can't leave because I have to be here. It was, I'll leave if I go somewhere I want to go, which spices up the Rantanen deal that much more for people. We're like, wait a minute, really? Like so you were willing to go, but only if it was somewhere specific.
Not Carolina.
Yes, exactly, not Carolina. But it also puts a little bit of heat on the Leaf, front office that you couldn't find a deal with someone in the West. It was only Rantanen, and then it opens up the whole conversation. Would it have made sense? They were going to win the division. They ended up beating Ottawa. They were in Game 7 of the second round. It was a complicated deal to make because of the significance of it all and the cap and, who he is and what role he played on the team. He was phenomenal during the season last year.
Well, the only time to move him was the summer before that, before his no-trade clause kicked in.
Ultimately, that's
and they decided not to, and that's why they were in that position.
I would love a truth serum bullet on that one to say who made the decision, because I guarantee you would have had those conversations to go, this guy's no trade is kicking in. We do have a window here. Are we keeping him and chancing that he's going to leave? Or are we going to look at exploring options to moving away from the player just based on what could potentially happen? Now, Brad Treliving, I believe, was, a month on the job before? When did Treliving join?
Yeah, it was a quick turnaround before the no movement kicked in.
But somebody said, whether it was Treliving or it was Shanahan or whatever, somebody said, no, we're keeping the band together. And they kept the band together. And does this not remind you of the Tavares thing, looking back on it? Like, Tavares was interviewed the whole year that year.
And he just said the same, but he would say the same thing, like, this is where I want to be, this is where I want us to, this is business, this is between my agent and the GM.
And then he's wearing pajamas, in a picture. Yeah. So I that's what I thought about today. And Brian, it's funny because I wanted your opinion on it, because you're right. We all three of us have differing opinions on it. New York is can be cutthroat.
Yes.
And we saw the treatment that John Tavares got.
Yes.
The first time
that was extreme.
I thought it was very extreme.
That was extreme reaction.
Right. So where do you think tonight would fall? Like 60% of that, 50% of that?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be nearly as crazy at all. I mean, it's just a different crowd. It's a different city. Marner, it's a bit of a different story because, a hometown and all that kind of stuff. And the belief was also when John left, like, he left them in the dust. Like, the Islanders weren't that good. Right. And it was like, this is our guy. This is our captain, first overall pick. The whole marketing campaign revolves around him, and see you later. Marner, he rolls through town when they're 3 points out of the playoffs. Right. So those arguing they can't do it without him, are probably emboldened today. because of the position they're in. And I think that's another thing I guess I'm driving at here, and I'm probably asking for too much because this building has been around for 26 years, and we know the way it is. We know the way it is.
Yeah.
But it's always been the chicken or the egg. Do the players have to get the crowd into it? Does the crowd have to get the players into it? This should be a layup for the crowd to be rocking, to get 100%. The players in.
100%.
And I think it's imperative because if you'll recall, when Tavares went back, the Islanders pumped the Maple Leafs. This is a chance, as much as it was last Friday, or last Thursday, I think it was, when the Leafs were in Vegas. This is the one, if these players care at all about their fans, I know they're going to try. You got to win tonight. You've got to do this because that Islander team was flying. They were hitting everyone, and the Leafs went into a shell. It was actually the first sign of, this may not be good. These guys may not be wired for prime time when they went down to the island because they were a really good team in 18, really good, and they got pumped, and they got ran out of the building. And Vegas is really good, and they're going to show up tonight. They're probably pissed about losing last night. But if you care at all about your fans, the way you always pay lip service to it, come out flying. You got to win tonight if you're the Leafs. You've got to. It's imperative you pick up 2 points. You got to be flying because if they look off at all, if they choke this one away, this will be very difficult for them to I think, explain.
Exactly.
And I think
if you can't get up for this game,
they better be flying tonight.
And you talked about the crowd, and we usually talk about, it's Friday night. Everybody should be feeling good about themselves.
Yep.
I think for one of the first times, there's usually a buzz and warm-up where people, they get down by the glass and they want to see their favorite player and they want to offer somebody candy and throw a puck or what. But I think it'll be packed for warm-up and the booze will start immediately. Yeah. I think there's going to be an atmosphere in there. It's just one of those things that for whatever reason, they watch this guy every night and they can't wait to see him skate on the ice for some reason in a different uniform. They just want to see it.
Different number, different uniform.
Everything.
The anticipation is huge. My second highest anticipation, did somebody take an axe to Craig Berube's head?
What?
What the hell is going on?
Dude, Craig
It's
Berube.
a Borje Salming cut.
It is outrageous. The picture. I thought it was AI. I thought it was I don't know what's happened.
Well, oh my God.
Did he drop a barbell on his forehead?
When he took that picture, when he lifted his hat up, that looks like somebody, he had a lobotomy.
Yeah.
They've cut into his head,
Frankenstein.
folded the skin back, and exactly.
Yeah.
They're using skate laces for stitches.
Right.
That's how big it is. I love Chief, and like I say, I played with him. I know him personally and that. I don't care. He is the toughest human on earth. That had to hurt. I'm sorry.
Dude, there is no space for stitches in a forehead. Nothing. Grab your forehead. There's nothing there.
You have to sew into the scalp.
Basically, your skull is being touched.
I don't know. I don't know why I'm laughing.
No,
I just
but
I'm staring at a picture of it right now.
Yes.
And all I can think of is when he lifted his hat up, I was mortified.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's one of those ones
mortified.
where people grab their chest and they're like, "Oh my God, dude." That is either
that's after it's been cleaned up, Brian.
Yes.
That's
that would have been an absolute scene. He said it was in the weight room. So, that looks like a tilt and someone had a bat or something because it was crazy.
Dude, that's a Borje Salming skate to the forehead.
Yeah,
remember Borje's cut
yes.
that went across his cheek?
Right under his eye, man.
Yeah.
So close to his eye.
Okay, so tonight, I'm just, again, a little tongue-in-cheek. Is he got... he's wearing a suit. He can't wear a hat.
What about a fedora? What about a fedora?
Put a hat
tonight?
on him tonight. I'm sorry. You can't be behind the bench looking like that. Or maybe you can be scaring everybody, staring at everybody.
I think when you look back at your coach with 75 zips on his forehead, you're motivated to play well and play hard. You have to be.
Can you imagine you go back and you bail out of a hit and you go skate to the bench and that's staring at you? This guy's
Your coach has 75 zippers on his forehead.
Yeah, and that black guy's going to get worse, right? Because it probably just happened.
Down,
we saw him yesterday and it wasn't there. So it was last night or this morning that happened, and his eyes are going to sink. He is terrifying stuff.
I saw that picture an hour ago because I was reading online. It's like, Berube unveiled the cut he had on his forehead. When I saw that picture, like, it stopped me. It actually stopped me.
Yeah.
And, the Mitch Marner talk, obviously, we're going to talk about it for 2 hours here. The Berube cut, there could be a 30 for 30 on that cut.
100%. Like, it's either you're lifting and it falls on you, which is terrifying. Maybe he tripped.
I know, but dude, lifting what? Like what kind of weight exercise?
Yeah. I think it feels like a trip, right? Like there's someone's left a weight on the ground, you hit it and you just went face first right into a piece of equipment.
Wow.
And that is going to be something tonight. But I think if he rocks the fedora, Leafs win 6-0 tonight. I really do.
If he comes out, though, with a bandage on his head wrapped around like a white bandage.
Full bandage.
The full head scarf or whatever it is, the full head like bandage, the mummy.
Dude.
That would be
Craig
outrageous.
Berube as a mummy tonight. The Leafs win 10-0. Fedora at 6.
He can't do mummy. Like, I don't
Mummy
even
with
think you
eyes
could
cut
give
out
the
and the
pregame
glasses on.
speech with like a monster Band-Aid that covered your whole forehead. I think, guys...
The Band-Aid, would have to be the size of a piece of
and
bread.
if you walk in to give a pregame speech with a 10 by 20 Band-Aid on your forehead...
He's just like this, talking to the media. All right, boys. we got a big one tonight. Mitch is back. How could you possibly get through that?
You can't.
I don't think
Play
you
in
could.
your structure.
Play in your structure.
Play hard,
High
guys.
and hard when need
Dump
be.
and
Protect the
chase.
front of the net. Let's get after it
He
tonight.
is the toughest guy I know.
He's so
I'm telling
tough.
you.
He looks so tough. It reminds me of Pat Quinn. Remember when Pat Quinn took multiple pucks to the face?
The two black.
Yeah, I watched it. I saw Pat on the bench.
Crazy, man. He looked
Outrageous.
so tough. He still looks so tough.
Yeah, the first black eye he had, and then he's like, I'll never forget. It was a face-off right in front of our bench in Detroit, and the ref wouldn't put the puck down, and he's like, come on, Liney, get him squared up. And then he's like, ah! He goes, again! And then the next day, he's got two black eyes. Come on, Liney, get him lined up. Not again. God damn it.
Come on, Liney. You knew he didn't know his name.
Yeah,
No chance he
exactly.
knew his name. Look at Pat Quinn there. Look how tough he looks. He could still beat the hell out of 95% of the league.
That is a
100%.
picture of a man that's coaching.
Yeah.
When you think about it, the Leafs have had some pretty tough coaches throughout the years.
Yes.
Like
Yes.
old school, tough,
Mike
tough guys.
Brophy back in the day. Brophy. Was it John Brophy? John Brophy. John
yeah.
Brophy.
Mike is the hockey news
Yes,
guy.
of course. Mike Brophy from the Hockey News, of course.
John Brophy
John
was the
Brophy.
glad garbage man. He had the white hair. He had the one time he shot a puck at me.
Yeah, he was.
Literally, I was in the stands. He shot a puck at me because I was standing watching his practice. We were playing his team in the minors, and he didn't like that I was standing there before practice, so he shot a puck at me.
Famously
Outrageous.
tough in the East Coast, apparently.
Yes,
I think he was in the
outrageous.
East Coast Hockey
It was
League.
Hampton Roads he was with.
Like 400
Outrageous.
penalty minutes a year.
Yeah,
they
gritty.
had some tough guys. Randy Carlyle was tough, man. Randy was
Yes.
tough.
Yeah.
And obviously Pat Quinn and Craig Berube. But, yeah, what's crazy is we got Marner, we got Berube, and out of nowhere, Stolarz is playing tonight.
What do you make of this? I
was shocked.
What was his
Noodles.
conditioning stint? 12 hours?
Never played. Went down there and skated, practiced. I guess came back and said, I'm good.
Well, listen, Aiden Hill, was it 9 days ago? Aiden Hill came back from an injury and played against the Leafs.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing I could think of is Stolarz is ready to go. You got to play at some point. It's been since November 11th. So what is that, 3 months? Like my math is poor, but
Yeah.
I believe it's two months.
2 months, just over 2 months,
2
Noodles.
months, sorry.
Yep.
Over 2 months. And listen, you gotta get back in the rotation. And it's a home start. I don't know. That came out of left field for me.
I was quite surprised. Listen, I think, again, there's a real opportunity for the goaltending. Now, if he can come back and be 100% and fresh and hot, this could be a huge jolt for them.
Huge,
because
yeah.
Wall has played a lot. He's played really well. Like, he played well the other night against Detroit, really well. The previous 2 games, you could see starting to leak
Some
oil
fatigue.
a little bit.
Yeah.
With Hildeby's been really good. I think their viewpoint would be, okay, we got the most we can get out of him. Let's not push him too far where it falls off a cliff.
But maybe he can also go back in there. I heard Jamie talking a couple weeks ago. I don't know if it was on that, so probably on this show. Might be a 3-man rotation where if you need that Hildeby to go in and do some spot duty, the only thing is they're going to most likely be must-win games.
Yes.
So it's not just spot duty like, hey, we're on the island back-to-back. You want to fly in there and wheel out there and play? You got to win.
Well, lost in all of this, like you said, the Mitch Marner booing, the Berube axe in the head, whatever that is, I don't know. Lost in all of this, you need points. Like,
what are you laughing at, Hayes?
Brian's laughing at him. Somebody sent him a picture, I guarantee you.
Someone sent me a picture. Do you remember Dana Carvey, massive head wound Harry on SNL?
I do remember.
Massive head wound Harry. It was a great skit on SNL back in the 80s, and someone sent me a picture of it, and it's just completely thrown me off. My apologies.
What could possibly be a skit with a guy with a massive head?
I'm looking at a picture of it right now. It's outrageous.
It was crazy back then. It was a great clip. We got to find it. But anyway, Stolarz. Yeah, listen, they might go Stolarz, Hildeby, Wall. They might. They got 7 games. We talked about it yesterday.
Yeah.
You've lost 2 in a row. Yes, you got a point against Detroit, but look at last night. Buffalo won again. Florida won. Detroit got a point in Mini. That's a really good back-to-back for them. Really good. They go to Minnesota.
A tough trip for them.
Really tough trip, and they find a way to get a point. These teams, they're just going to keep cooking. Boston won again. Boston beat Vegas. So it's you got the 5 teams in front of you. There's this monster in Florida behind you. You call the Ottawa game. I can't believe Stamkos and
honestly,
I can't believe they lost that game.
It was 3 Cobb, and they were playing very, very well.
I woke up at 6 o'clock in the morning. I text Jamie. I said I turned it off. I can't believe what.
I couldn't believe they lost that game.
It fell apart. And Stamkos has 24 goals now.
I know.
It's
crazy.
Going into the game yesterday, we talked to Andrew Brunette yesterday morning, and I asked him. I said, how's Stamkos been? He goes, the reason we've had our resurgence is basically on him. And Yossi playing. Yossi came off of an injury, and Yossi is now up to speed. He goes, our secondary scoring. He goes, we know what O'Reilly's going to give. We know what Forsberg's going to give. He goes, Stamkos has been unbelievable the last 6 weeks. And he goes, look at they're 16-8, I believe.
Yeah, they're in the hunt now.
20. They're 1 point out of the playoff spot, but now they're in that mix with LA, Anaheim, all of those teams, right? Fighting for
Seattle,
a playoff
St.
spot.
Louis.
Seattle, St. Louis, all of those teams. Yeah. But at the end of the day, Ottawa. I was telling somebody today, I can think of 3 or 4 games where they've at least were cruising to a point, and they've lost it. Like there was the New York Islanders. They lost with a minute left. Dallas, they lost with 28 seconds left. Last night was a $1:13 that Stamkos scored that goal. Those are points that if you miss the playoffs, you circle 3 or 4 games and go, there's your issue.
That's it. You're right.
And it's unfortunate, and it doesn't get easier. They're playing Carolina, Colorado back-to-back this weekend.
Oh, man.
So,
Yeah, listen, everyone's in one. It's tough. Yep. And if you're on the outside looking in, and, for the Leafs, you got Stolarz back.
Yep.
You got it looks like they've avoided the injury bug for the most part. Ekman Larson likely to go. Carlo likely to go. That's big. But you gotta get points. Like if you're 1-6 the next 7, you're done. Obviously, if you're 0-7, you're finished. You'll be 8-9 points out. You're done. So you got to get through the next 7 games. Vegas tonight, Colorado Sunday, Buffalo Tuesday at home. You got to find a way to get points, and it's a big one tonight. So more on Stolar's return, what we can expect out of him, and what this goaltending situation might look like. Mike Johnson coming up later this afternoon. Luke is coming up. Al's brother's coming up. These two are so annoying to deal with, Noodles.
I had a good chat with Luke today.
It's so aggravating.
Well, I haven't seen what's been happening this week as far as you guys fighting with him or not, but he is quite confident.
He should be. You guys are seeing the board. You guys are perfect. We're 3-2, and we're scrambling here, and you guys are perfect on your picks.
Well, I found Al's brother to be a little bit unbearable today. It's too much. He's in your face.
Being a hero?
And, yeah, he's just like I don't know. I had enough of him today.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of info, but sometimes it's too much, and he's a little bit too pushy for my liking.
I'm all over the map here because I got to make the call, and these two are not seeing eye to eye, and it's
Look, it's your job. If you're going to run the show, you take all the information, and you got to do what you feel is best for the team.
Be a good coach.
Done.
Yeah.
All right, done. All right, Luke coming up, Al's brother coming up. OverDrive continues. TSN 1050 and on TSN 4.
Now, back to OverDrive with Hayes, Noodles, and the O-Dog. Yes, he's a 3-6.
All right, Mail It In Friday brought to you by Boston Pizza, Canada's favorite sports bar. This January at BP, get delicious mouth-watering pastas starting at $11.99 every single day. Enjoy the pastas you love at prices you can't miss. Hustle in your local BP tonight. Great night for Boston Pizza. Great Sunday for Boston Pizza.
Yes.
Right? We got the NFL games and then Leafs Avalanche at night. Like, what a scene it's going to be on Sunday. But this week has been obviously preparing for the championship round, but also the Bills and the press conference earlier in the week. And you guys see the report today? They're going to interview Philip Rivers for the head coaching job.
I'm telling you, man, I said it the other day, and some goon on Twitter started giving it to me saying, because basically my point was, I said it on the radio, and he made a comment on Twitter. It was like, if you're letting Josh Allen be a part of this process, you're basically letting him pick the coach. Like, I'm sorry. What are you going to do? Take all of his input and then pick the guy that he liked the least? What is that going to say? What purpose does that serve having him in these meetings? It's just like, Jamie, you mention all the time, you played with Chris Pronger, you played with Jerome. If they were in meetings for the coach, I'm pretty sure that the guy that they liked the best, the GM would pick as the coach.
I think when you have star players, certainly, back then, I believe, I'm sure it happens today now too, there is some input from the guys that, you think you don't think they would go to Josh Allen and be like, who would you like?
I know, but Jamie, bringing the guy on the bird to partake in the boardroom meetings, I've never heard of anything like that, man. That is a new level.
Okay. Well, let's bring in Luke and see what he has to say about this. Here he is, Luke Wilson, joining us here on OverDrive. Luke, place yourself, I guess, on the Bills, all right? You're playing for the Buffalo Bills, and you hear that Josh Allen is going to be heavily involved in the next coaching hiring. How would you feel about that?
As a player, I mean, I like it, but that could mean a lot of things. We're like reading into it a lot, I feel like. Mainly, it's like, hey, I'm in these meetings and it's Josh can be like, I really dislike one of these coaches. Like, I find that hard to believe, especially because he's going to have relationships with some of these guys for sure. But this isn't really like college or like youth sports where you're like selling the dream. It's like, oh man, if I come here, I'm going to make you an MVP. Josh has already got an MVP. So yeah. I think it's being a little bit blown out of proportion, more so just like, hey, and even if I was Josh, I don't know if I'd be standing on table demanding that I get a certain coach.
It's everything about this process. What about if he comes back into the locker room and regardless of what you think of Brandon Beane, he comes in and says, guys, you should see this bozo Beane in some of these meetings. He doesn't know what the hell's going on. It's just not a good scene. It's not a good scene regardless of how good your player is to be involved in some of this stuff.
I agree. And again, this is where it's like weird when like he's going to be involved, and as unhinged as the Biscotti interview was, talking about, the players and this going to the Ravens, when he was like, they'll have input, but they won't have power. I don't know if you guys remember him saying that line. That's kind of more so where I see this whole thing going. Again, at the end of the day, like Josh isn't writing the coach's check. Josh isn't on a day-to-day communication, with regards to the roster with Brandon Beane. So I definitely think it's important that he has input and is comfortable and likes the idea, but I don't really know if I would let anyone, let alone, Josh or anyone, drive the bus on what should and shouldn't be done at that level.
What do you make of Philip Rivers getting an interview as the head coach for the Bills?
Wild, and again, that's one where I don't know Philip. I didn't cross paths with him. He did beat us one year, so that's fair. Tip your cap to him there. I just think that there's a pretty big step before assuming a head coaching job in the NFL, in the sense of as players, and I've seen this at a million times smaller level, but it's like as players, my job in there is to like learn my playbook, understand what's going on. I didn't really care what the DB coach is preaching. I didn't really care about, what coverage our defense is running this week, things like that. And then all of a sudden it's like, if you're the head guy, like you are responsible for what your defensive quality control coach is putting together. You are responsible for these things. So that's a big jump, but as far as offensive football goes, I really think it'd be a great fit. I almost wonder for Philip Rivers' sake if he would want to be a coordinator before a head coach to make sure he kind of something he wants to do.
Right. Yeah, and I just wonder also who's left I guess Mike McDaniel, who just got announced as the OC in L.A., is going to still take an interview with the Bills, which I
That's weird,
found
though. Don't you think
very
you're taking a
strange.
job, but like, hey, I might go and take this job instead?
Yeah, that seems really strange. And you know where I stand on McDaniel in Buffalo and Western New York. It is a new stadium. Maybe it'll be warmer in there, but I don't know, man. I just don't love the options the Bills have right now.
Yeah.
It is strange because I would argue that it's the most coveted job, and seemingly they have gone a completely different direction. And again, some of the bigger names have obviously accepted jobs elsewhere. But I really don't think the roster's that far away. Obviously, you look at the past few years, they've been knocking on the doorstep here. Josh is a year removed from an MVP. And I believe they announced that he was in the top 5 this year for MVP. I believe that came out the other day.
Yeah, he was.
So it's like you've got an MVP at quarterback, and you've got a run game that was the best in the NFL, and it's including the offensive line. Again, offensively, I don't think you're that many pieces away. You're probably a receiver or 2 away. And then defensively, they were kind of middle of the road, not a great run-stopping defense. But again, you're not that many pieces away. So I'm surprised it hasn't been, the first domino in this whole coaching carousel to go, because more people would want to be there. Uh-oh. What's going on here?
Well, this is a guy that we have breaking news here. Al's brother is actually in line to interview for the coaching job in Buffalo.
Oh, yeah?
So that's why his video's not working. He's currently, I think, at One Bills Drive right now. And do we have Al's brother or not? There he is. AB, did you meet with Brandon
There we
Beane?
go.
What did you think of Jerry Pagula? Did your meeting go well or what?
Yeah, we're in good gracious. I made sure to throw a couple guys under the bus. I know he's into those things, so I made sure to do that. Made him know that those picks that have gone wrong over the last couple of weeks, not my fault. Not my fault.
Good man.
O-Dog wanted those guys, and we went with them. Not my fault, but it's okay, because going forward, I think we're going to be.
Wow, O-Dog, is that correct?
Picks here. I'm excited for the weekend.
Is that correct, O-Dog?
All I got to say is I love all you guys, but next year the super team will be formed. The super team, Al's brother's commentary today, it stressed me out. It stressed me out. It's overbearing. He's like that. You know what he is? He's that AGM that will backstab the GM to take his job. That's what he does.
Agreed.
And that's what he's like. And I had enough of it today. But until the end of the season, we're teammates, and we have a real opportunity to have a big weekend.
If I wasn't being humble, I'm being humble, so I wouldn't say this, but I would call Al's brother a scumbag for that comment. Yeah. But I'm being humble, so I won't say
You're
that.
humble. You're too humble to say that.
Humble guy.
Yeah, this is what I'm dealing with. We have a magical season on our hands, and I have a mutiny between these two buffoons.
You got to be careful there, Hayes.
Noodles, this guy, both of them see the world differently. One's up, one's down.
I know.
It's absurd.
Well, let us know what your decision is as far as who's doing what's game. Tell us.
We got to figure this out on the fly here because there's only 2 games. Who do you guys feel more adamant? Which game do you feel more adamant about? Because I think we're in line in terms of who we would pick in each game. Al's brother, you've been here the longest. Which game?
Let me just throw this in there. I've already spoken to you on the phone. Al's brother, you can say your piece, and then Brian, you got to pick the game. Be a grown man.
Okay. Go ahead, Al's brother.
So here's my concern is the harder game for me is Rams Seahawks. I think that's the one that's more difficult. So that's one where I got a slight lean, maybe we see things differently, the O-Dog and I in that one. Mm-hmm. So I feel like maybe that's where we give Luke the play, allow him to decide, do I want to roll with my guy, Matty Stafford, or with my Seattle Seahawks? I think it'll be a difficult game for him to kind of sit there and look at. So the one that I think that we probably should go with is Patriots and Broncos, and I think we're starting to get on board here. I think that we can find an understanding between the three of us on someone to take in this game.
Okay, and the line is -4.5 still, right, on FanDuel? -4.5 Pats on the road. Is that right, Doogie? Yes, okay, thank you. And you guys, I believe, see this similarly, right? I know you do, O. You've made yourself very clear here where you stand. right? You want to jump in and quickly point out before Al's brother throws in some tremendous information? I don't want any pouting.
I talked to you for half an hour on the phone today. You know where I stand on all the games.
Okay.
I told you have to just show some stones, and you have to make the call.
Go ahead, Al's brother. Tremendous information on that game because we're going to lock in this game and we're going to give them the Rams and the Seahawks game. Go ahead, Al's brother.
Correct.
Go ahead.
So I think for this one, I think we could lock in the Patriots, guys. I think we could lock in the Patriots. I don't want to big brain this one. I don't want to big brain it, and I know he's satisfied. He's happy. I knew he would take the Broncos, but do we really want to roll with Jarrett Stidham over Drake May? Like, I almost big brained it, but then I started to think to myself, why would we do that? And when you look at the numbers, guys, it really does start to side with the New England Patriots. Like Drake May, last week aside, amazing under pressure, led the NFL in yards, completions, touchdowns, and quarterback rating. So even if Denver decides to put some pressure on these guys, I still think that he'll be able to bounce back. The Patriots, great on the road this year, undefeated, 8-0 on the road. So they're going into Mile High feeling good, 7-1 against the spread. The Broncos, they're 500 against the spread in their last 10 games overall. And here's the kicker for what really kind of has me leaning Patriots now.
Salivating, we'll call it.
Salivating. We're salivating, we'll say, sure. And you just look at how Denver won a lot of their football games. A lot of come from behind victories. They had an NFL record 12 wins coming from behind, which means Bo Nix had to do some special things. Sure, the defense came up big as well to get some turnovers and some big fourth down stops. But I believe in this offense of the Patriots. And you look at what they were able to do in the first half of games this year. Number one offense in all of football, averaging 17 points per game. If they can continue to put up points early, I don't think they'll let it slip away. And I don't see the Denver Broncos, led by Jarrett Stidham, who has 4 starts in his NFL career, 8 interceptions in those starts, being able to lead the Denver Broncos to another come-from-behind victory. I think the Patriots get up early and continue to put the kind of pedal to the metal. I think they have an opportunity to kind of run away with this thing. I think Patriots should be the play.
All right. Oh? Where do you stand on that?
Wow. My thoughts are when you hear people like my old Partsy there talk about this matchup, no one is really given consideration into Drake May being awesome. Everyone's like, oh, he's young, he's this and that. Maybe he's going to be dynamite, and maybe he's comfortable now, and maybe he's just going to dominate a football game. Everybody, all I've heard from the likes of my Partsy over there is this guy's young, crack under pressure. If they get to him this and get to them that, maybe he's just going to dominate, and that's exactly what I want to see.
All right. They're 8-0, I believe, on the road this year to the Patriots. They love to travel.
Take him, Hayes. Hayes, lock it in.
We're locking in the Pats. Locking in the Patriots. Laying the points on the road.
Lock of the century.
All right.
Lock of the century.
Locking in the Patriots. And
Partsy, do you have any feelings on what we just described there? Like, honestly, without being
honestly, I like the Pats to win, but 4.5 in an AFC Championship game is you guys are criminally insane. There's no logic. Everything that Al's brother just said might have been. I mean, it just disgusted me. It was so useless. Okay, the idea that you guys just gave us.
Billy Madison speech.
Yeah, exactly. Everything you just said.
The idea that you guys just gave us 4.5 points while Denver is at home. Okay, recency bias here. What happened last week? You could not protect Drake May. I love Drake May. I think the guy could potentially win MVP. But you can't protect him. And I got bad news. You don't have the same run game as Buffalo. So I'm just comparing the Houston defense, the Denver defense to Buffalo. So it's like you got a better all-around pass rush in Denver's front seven. And I do think they're going to run the ball well with Stevenson, but not as well as Cook ran against them. This has field goal game written all over it. You got a great coach in Sean Payton. Stidham is a veteran guy who has been there for a while. He just needs to scheme up plays. Again, I like the Pats to win.
Easier said than done, though. Easier said.
4.5 points, Hayes?
I hear you,
Come on,
but
dude.
Here's the thing
you
with
guys
Stidham.
are shambles.
Here's the thing with Stidham.
He hasn't thrown a football at a meaningful game against first-string offenses since 2023.
Yeah.
We're in 2026.
I think it's
and you don't
really
think Sean
substantial.
Payton knows that? You don't
But
think
what does that
Sean
mean?
Payton
They don't
knows
have
that?
what R.J. Harvey's going to get 35 touches. What is he, Barry Sanders
Absolutely
in his
not,
prime?
but we schemed this up. Hey, this is going to be a possession game all day.
No,
And they're at
I think
home.
it's
They'll
the
take
right
their
play.
shots when they need it.
I think Jerry Stidham throws picks and absolutely soils himself. And
I think he's trash.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see. All right. Well,
Well,
anyway.
it's weird, boys, because and Al's bro, maybe you can explain that. If this is so easy, why is the plus 4.5 minus 120?
It's a trap. It's a trap. People think that the
It's a
Denver Broncos are going to
trap.
keep this a close game, but it's not going to happen. I think people are big braining this one, and we're not going to stand for it, and we're
Right.
not going to do it.
We're small
The one other
braining
piece
it.
of information that I got here, since
concerning
week 10
comment.
onward,
That's
the
another
Patriots
tough
defense ranks 7th in weighted DVOA, which is adjusted for strength of opponent, which is actually better than what the Broncos have been able to do defensively in the same 10-game stretch here. I believe they ranked 12th. So
Attaboy.
defensively, the Patriots have been playing a lot better in the back half of the season, ranking 7th in the league, and the Broncos 12th in the back half of the
There you go.
season. So you couple that with the fact that they got the number 1 offense in the NFL, I really do think that the Patriots can run away with
All
this
right.
one.
Thank you. There's Billy
Noodles.
Madison with all his.
They had to
tremendous
reach into
information.
the stat of DVOA since
Yes.
week 10.
All right, Eric. Eric, you're on the clock now.
Yeah.
Eric.
The whole world is big braining this, but
Yeah,
not
big
us.
braining,
Small
not us,
braining.
not you guys.
We small brain things. All right.
That's right.
Rams, Seahawks. Seahawks laying 2.5. Go ahead.
Well, very, very tough matchup. Very tough matchup. You guys definitely stuck us with the harder game. As you guys know, I am a big believer in the Seahawks team, the Seahawks organization. John Snyder, that's my guy.
Yeah.
That being said, we're taking the Rams. Noodles and I had this discussion. Okay,
Can't talk about
2.5
it
points.
Yes.
We talked about it today, and I think the Seahawks probably could win this game, but I like it just like the last one. 38-37 was the last one. It's a one-pointer, boys. This is too close to call. And before we jump on, I want to talk about big braining, because I'm sure you guys went on Twitter and everyone's saying, oh, Seattle's the best team ever. I saw that today. Okay,
Wow.
You look at some of Seattle's last games. They have a 2-point win against Phillip Rivers, the future head coach of the Bills, at home. They have a 1-point win they had no business winning. Statistically, should have been nowhere near winning that game against the Rams.
What about trashing
were-
the 49ers, dude?
The 49ers defensively are absolutely junk. They've been junk. They were able to stop the 49ers, and that's the thing. Their 2 dominant wins are the last 2 games they played against a team that is playing guys that have been there for 2 weeks. Again, I like Seattle here, but if you're going to give me 2.5 points, I'd like this to be
All
one
day.
of those things where it's a last-second field goal to win by 1 either way. I had to take the points. It's that close to me. I think Seattle wins. I think it's, again, I'm betting it's under 3 points.
No. I love it.
Wow.
I love it. Although, listen, Darnold scares me. He still terrifies me. But the Rams defense down the stretch gave up a lot of points. Last week it was, they got cooked by Carolina. Last week was about the weather. The weather was crazy. Caleb couldn't get going. This Seahawks team, they're rested. They're ready to go. They're going to punish Matt Stafford, too. They're going to hit him, and they're going to make him feel it. I like this. I think worked out the way we wanted it to, right?
Exactly.
We were gonna
This
be
is
on the
exactly
Seahawks.
the scenario we dreamed up where we get both of our selections.
7-5.
Boys,
Small-brained all the way to
the
7-5.
feeling's mutual. The feeling is mutual, boys. If you would have given me the other game, I was taking Denver 10 times out of 10. That, to me, was the layup of the week.
Okay. It all worked out beautifully for everybody. How about that? The picks are in. HBO laying the points. New England 4.5 at Denver. Noodleson taking the points. Rams 2.5 in Seattle. What a matchup we have on Sunday. And then it's off to the Super Bowl. And that's
Can I ask you guys a quick
that's when it gets
question?
going.
Can I ask you
Go
a quick
ahead.
question?
Go ahead.
You guys feel like this is a must-sweep weekend for you guys?
Pretty close to it.
Yeah.
It's close. 7-5, we're right. If it's 9-3, we're in big
7-5,
trouble.
you're right there.
Yeah.
9-3, you're
7-5.
9-3, you're cooked.
8-4 we can
8-4.
live with. 9-3, we're in big trouble. Big trouble.
Yeah.
But
We'll hit the Patriots pick. I think we'll hit the Patriots pick. I'm not really worried about
Promise
that
me
one.
when we get to the Super Bowl, though, there's not a bunch of junk.
Oh, it's props and
stuff.
everything. Tons of points on the
Props
line.
is fine, but I'm saying you know what it's like.
Yeah. No, we're
we
not
handed
doing that.
out Yeah.
We're not doing, the color of the Gatorade for 5 points. None of that stuff. It's legit. Like 2 points, 2 points for the spread, 2 points for the total. That's been established, and then every prop is worth a point. So there's a lot on the line. It's like singles at the Ryder Cup, and we might be trailing, but I think we can come out hot, man. Miracle at Medina. I think it'll be the Miracle at Medina. That's probably what it's going to be.
Well,
I think it might be, right?
It better be something.
Oh, you can be my Justin Leonard. You will be my Justin Leonard.
You're my Martin Keimer.
Noodles. I just appreciate
all
the
over
trust,
himself.
Noodles. I appreciate the trust.
All right, boys.
Hey,
We'll just stay humble.
House brother and Hayes, stay humble. Stay humble, boys.
Stay humble all the way through, all the way to the Super Bowl. We stay humble. That's our saying. We've always said that. All right, boys. We'll catch you guys later. Al's brother and Luke Wilson joining us. All right, Mike Johnson coming up in about 15 minutes. Back into Leafs Golden Knights tonight, which you can hear right here on TSN Radio. Anthony Stolarz is back, and he's starting tonight. We'll get into that. We'll get into what went on around the NHL last night. Bunch of rumors out there. The NFL weekend's going to be wild. OverDrive continues. TSN 1050 and on the TSN app. All right, Overdrive continues, powered by FanDuel, bringing you more ways to play your game your way. Best bets next hour. Mike Johnson coming up. The Oilers losing last night, 2 games in a row. McDavid without a point. I believe that's the first time that's happened to him all year. It's like shocking when this guy doesn't dominate.
Yeah,
well, he was pissed
doing
too.
Some weird stuff in the net too.
Yeah,
they were down 3-0 3 minutes into the game.
3 shots.
And I don't think Jari was scheduled to start yesterday. I think it was Ingram, and then something happened.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at the 5th goal against Malkins, did you see McDavid? He was choked at himself.
Yeah, he was mad after. I appreciate how, like, he was like, if I better, we're better. You know, like, he took it on the chin. Yeah, it was great leadership. And Sid looked great, man. The Pens keep winning. So more on that into the next hour. And Leafs Golden Knights tonight. Overdrive continues. TSN 1050 and up on YouTube Live.
The Masked Singer, Wednesday at 8, 9 Mountain on CTV.
It's Mail It In Friday.
The plant called and said if you don't come in tomorrow, don't bother coming in Monday.
Woohoo! 4-day weekend.
This is OverDrive with Hayes, Noodles, and the O-Dog on TSN 1050.
Hour 2 OverDrive continues, powered by FanDuel, bringing you everything from the opening line to the final score. Brian Hayes, the O-Dog, Jeff O'Neill, Jamie Noodles, McLennan. Best bets later in the hour. Mike Johnson will join us here in a few moments. Leafs Golden Knights tonight. Marner spoke with the media this morning, and I was surprised, but I credit him and the Golden Knights for doing that. I think that was the right play. I do wonder if it opens the door for him not speaking after the game. You know, they'll say, well, he spoke earlier. He doesn't need to speak after.
Dude, he's going to have to speak after the game.
Will he? I don't know. I think if they win, he will. If they win, he should. If I'm him, I'm like, yeah, I'll go out and talk. Absolutely. But if it's crazy and the Leafs win big, you think he'll still talk?
I do. I really
Okay.
do. Who do you think the people are going to ask for, man? You know how many media members are going to be down there?
They can ask all they want, though, dude.
No,
it doesn't. It's up to the team.
If he spoke today already, he could say, I spoke already.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? It is up to him at that point. He doesn't have an obligation to speak again after the game. You know, he did his media. He's done some sit-downs. He's done some one-on-ones and stuff. I think the natural thing, is to probably speak after the game. But you see how it goes. I think it'll be, Hayes, you started the show. I think it'll be an emotional night tonight for him, for his teammates, for the Leafs players, for the fans, certainly. So there's going to be an electricity around it. Again, I'm not a booer or cheerer or whatever, but I can certainly understand. I've been talking to people. This game has been circled on people's calendars for how long?
6 months.
Since the schedule came out.
Yeah,
right?
since the day it came out.
It came out. The schedule came out. We've talked about it. A small dose, 10%, 20% was 9 days ago, whatever that was.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to see the full Monty tonight. I don't know what that means as far as how much, again, I've had people that have reached out to me and said, I'm going to cheer during this and I'm going to boo the hell out of them during that. And they're people like you and I that,
we'll see. Yeah, we'll see what happens. And I think ultimately if you're the Leafs, though, as I pointed out last hour, the guys who are still here, Matthews, Tavares, Riley, Willie's not playing tonight. I doubt they look at it this way. They're all playing the role like it's any other game. We just got to go out and get 2 points. And you're going to put in an effort every night. And they are desperate. They got to win. They got to get points.
Yeah, you got to get points.
But if there was ever a time for them to look in the mirror and say, we really got to win one tonight, it's tonight. This is the game. If your fans leave the building with their tails between their legs, because you know what'll stop the booing? 5-1 Vegas. That stops it.
So quickly.
If Vegas is up 3-0 after the first period, it'll be dead in there. Dead. And what kept the Tavares thing going was the Islanders won big. When Tavares went back, I want to say it was 6-1, but they smoked them. Scored early, threw hits, and it just kept building, and it became a party where if Vegas comes out flying and scores 2-3 minutes into the game, it'll get quiet. It'll get quiet. And then if they're up 2 or 3-0 after the first, Leaf fans will say, why am I so engaged?
Why do
the
I
team's not even
hating
engaged.
somebody or cheering somebody now?
Yeah, when the players aren't even feeling it. You know what I mean? So I would hope they take that into consideration, and they owe it. They owe their fans a lot in big moments. They really owe them one tonight. And I'd like to see it. I hope it happens. I'm curious, with Stolarz making his return, it's a big game for the return, Noodles.
It really is, guys. That's all I thought about. But, again, there's no perfect situation. You got to go and play. Now, I thought this. Aiden Hill, I thought, was one goal away from getting the hook 10 days
against
ago.
the Leafs.
Against the Leafs.
Yeah.
That was his first game back after a lengthy injury. And, the Leafs started quick, and he didn't look sharp, and Vegas didn't look sharp. They looked a little lethargic. And that game was one goal away from getting away from the Vegas Golden Knights.
Yeah, when's the right time to put him in? Colorado's here Sunday, then
He's
Buffalo.
Got to play.
And
He's got to play.
It never stops.
And the Colorado one is a weird one, too, because isn't it a 1:30 start or something?
Yeah, it is an
weird?
Afternoon game. You're right.
Which I looked today. So Colorado plays tonight. They fly all the way here tomorrow, and then they play an afternoon game on Sunday. But, again, that's not a perfect start. I think if Stolarz is available to go, you're starting him. And, I don't know. I don't know if he's your one. I think what he is one of your three, and you need him to play well. But there might be some rust on his game.
Well,
that's the thing. The
Leafs
team's got to play well in front of him.
Leafs PR just tweeted out that Hildeby has been assigned to the Marlies, so they're not sticking with three guys for now. It doesn't mean they can't call up Hildeby, at some point, or that they won't. I would think probably when they go out west, they might want to bring three goalies.
Sure,
it's definitely possible, but they need Stolarz. They need him to be hot. They need him to play really well. They need great goaltending down the stretch.
Well,
they got what, 32 games? They need great goaltending.
The other thing too is this Oliver Ekman-Larsson. He doesn't miss games.
No,
which
he's
is crazy.
Playing. I know.
He's not 100%, but he's a warrior. So good for him.
He's playing, and I think Carlo's going tonight too.
I read that too. Yeah.
Here's Mike Johnson, our TSN hockey analyst, joining us here on the Maple Toyota Hotline. Was that a surprise to you that Stolarz is, back and he's playing, and what do you expect out of him?
A little bit, boys. I mean, we knew he was around. We knew that it was maybe we'll play before the Olympics. The Olympics break is a couple, 2.5 weeks away. And I mean, does this mean, listen, you guys said it. If he's able to play, you play him, right? If he's healthy, he's good to go. He's 1 year or two. He's your starter coming into the season. You play him. But also, does this somehow tell the team we're not going to load up for the Marner game? We're just going business as usual. If Stolarz is our guy, we're not going to play Wool because he's ready, he's sharper, because he gives us a better chance against Mitch Marner's return. I wonder if there's just sort of we're going to have business as usual. The fact that it's Vegas, the fact that it's Marner returning means nothing to our team, because all we're worried about is trying to get points and trying to get closer in the standings. So a little bit of surprise sort of snuck up on us, but if he's good to go, he's good to go. And they were clear that they were not going to carry three. They're only going to carry two. So here we go. One of the strengths of the Leafs coming into this season was goaltending depth. And so we'll see now with finally the first game where both their goalies are actually going to play together. Can they start stringing some games as a duo together that give the Leafs an advantage in net more nights than not? Hasn't been the case all year. Needs to start for the last 30, given where the Leafs are in the standings.
Johnny, what kind of response do you think you're going to get? I basically have an understanding what I think the fans are going to get up to when Marner hits the ice, but you were in the building in Vegas. Brian was just mentioning, these players kind of owe the fans a response in a big game. Do you even think that they think like that, or they have that mentality entering this game?
I don't think the players are considering how the fans will react to any outcome. No, I think there's zero of that in their mindset. Now, I would imagine the competitor in the players, the pride, the ego, for the guys that were closest to Marner, and that's, for Matthews and for Nylander, who's not playing, but for Riley, for the guys who were he's closest to, those guys specifically were we really want to beat him tonight because, he chose to leave us. He chose to go somewhere else for a variety of reasons. So for those players, they might have a little bit of personal sort of motivation. For the rest of the team, they don't need Mitch Marner for motivation. There's plenty of motivation sitting right in front of them in the standings, where they're sitting and what's going on with them right now. So I don't think so. I don't think they're particularly inspired to be great to help the fans enjoy a game where Marner's back. I think they're going to try to be as good as they can be because they have to do that to get points.
I was on a plane this morning. Did anybody dare ask Austin Matthews about Mitch Marner?
I didn't see it. Didn't see it happen.
What if I would have loved if Mark Masters goes
Masters
right up
will do it tonight.
Masters would have gone right up to him and said, "Hey, I know you said this 10 days ago, but what do you think of Mitch?"
Still feel like that? Any chance you want to talk about it today?
Well,
I mean, go ahead.
Did anyone see Austin talk at all this morning?
No, I'm not sure he did.
So I don't think. I only saw Craig Berube and his. Oh my God, guys! Like as an aside, that is a gnarly gash on his head.
Yeah.
I was trying to guess like what kind of gym accident could have that happen. Like that looks like a 45-pound metal plate fell on your head from a story above you. Like,
it's not here or here. It's right here.
Yeah. Richard, do I have a mark on the side of my face?
Not so much there. It is huge. So, anyways, glad he's okay. But that is I saw him talk because I saw the stitches all over his head.
Yeah, those stitches are extreme, man. Like that. Yeah. That's like concussion protocol. You'd
think.
That's
dangerous stuff. Fractured skull stuff.
Yeah,
like, that is wild.
Okay, so Johnny, what do you want to see him wear on his head tonight to draw attention away from that gash on his forehead?
Oh my God! He could wear a baseball cap out there. No, he said he's got. The reason he spoke about it this morning is because you guys are going to see it tonight, so he's going with nothing. But if you put on like a rug, would be the greatest thing of all time. As no one would like. That'd be something that an NHL coach would never do. But maybe having fun if you're rolling along and things are going great. But it's got to be business as usual for the Toronto Maple Leafs. The game. It doesn't feel normal. Like, Noodles, you've been traveling around the league. I've been traveling around the league.
Yeah.
Even non-Toronto, Vegas, Marner markets have a mild to significant curiosity in watching this unfold. I think everyone expects booing. I think everyone sort of anticipates a more balanced, mostly cheers and maybe some boos during the video tribute. Maybe Mitch gets a little bit emotional there. Clearly, the Leafs players are not going to go out of their way to embrace the day or Mitch or anything like that. They made that clear last week. But around the league, guys, this is perceived as an interesting game to watch. So the Leafs cannot get away from that. They know this is going to be one with a lot of eyeballs on it.
But Mike Johnson, our buddy Dave McCarthy, saying that Matthews did not speak this morning. So there you go. Matthews didn't even speak. But
I'm joking about it.
I know, right? Of course, I know. But listen, he's going to speak on it at some point. This is why last week was, I thought, somewhat ridiculous. It's like, hey, it's coming for you again. And tonight there's going to be interns and radio stations that are never there. There's going to be a ton more people that will be hovering around.
Gonna be there.
All the media.
Press box stacked.
Yes.
Like usually there's empty seats here and there in the press box. It will be standing room only up there today.
It'll be stacked. And there was, the report that came out yesterday that we've referenced and talked about that, insinuated, or I guess reported, that Marner was like overly sensitive to the market, which I don't think is a surprise. I think most people understood that by the end. But you were around the team pretty closely, not in the room, not on the planes or the hotels and all that, but you had more access than the average person. Mm-hmm. Did you pick up on that, Johnny? Like what kind of indicators maybe were you witnessing that made you realize, okay, Marner pre and post contract negotiation 6.5 years ago was a different person?
I mean, when you talk about the contract negotiations, it's sort of tied into when, he was 22, right? Like some of that is just sort of maturing in his life. And so some of the changes in his behavior, maybe, or his mood or his sensitivities might have just sort of been happening as he became more famous and more well-known or whatever it might be. But the way I looked at it, Hazy, was that the more that Mitch would talk about how little it matters what people said about him, the more you knew what was being said about him was bothering him.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to be funny.
That's true. Yeah.
I think that's
fair.
A lot of people would be that way. You know what I mean? And the more he denounced the coverage and dismissed its impact or even knowledge of it, the more you knew that he was getting it. And, and there's lots of reports about whether it was him consuming it or whether it was people in his camp consuming it and giving it to him, whatever. He rode the highs really high, and I think he rode the lows a bit lower than most. And I think that's sort of when you could tell. Is when he acted like he didn't care is when you knew that he was caring the most.
So, again, we'll put that game aside because there's so much else going on. But, the importance of getting to the Olympic break, they have 7 games left. And, another thing coming tonight is Rasmus Andersson's making his debut for the Golden Knights. So Vegas will be even better than they were last night in terms of their roster. So Andersson making his debut. But, the Leafs are 3 points out now with Boston winning last night, Buffalo winning again. They're 3 points back at Boston, 4 back of Buffalo.
And look good, too. Like those
Johnny, teams are...
Johnny, you saw them last night. Buffalo looks like they look legit, man.
They're fast. And they get the puck off the wall and attack off the rush, and they get after you. Toronto plays them in 2 games, 3 games, I guess, from now. Tuesday it is. We have that game, and it'll be curious to see how fast they look against Toronto. But, yes, I think, Hayes, the point is a very salient one, is that if they can't go, 7 games left? They can't go 2-5, right? And fall 7 behind the playoff picture and have 3 more teams jump over top of them. And it's going to be a challenge. They have the Colorado, the game tonight, Vegas is a good team and all the rest of it. Colorado, Buffalo, they go out west. Like, this is a really tough run when they're not healthy, guys are out. And let's be honest, the guys who are playing are not anywhere near healthy either. Like, they need to get to the All-Star break. They need a couple weeks. Now, Willie won't get that if he's going to the Olympics, but like Matthew Knies is desperate for a break. He needs like 2 weeks of hip flexor rehab, because I stand there between the benches and I've talked about it sort of off camera, trying to find incidents of it. He leaves the ice, not because he's a guy milking attention, but because he's in pain and discomfort. He leaves the ice 3 times a game, wincing and sort of grabbing at his leg. And no one's hit him. He just stopped funny, and it just hurts him. You can tell he's been dragging a leg around for quite some time here. So, yeah, it's huge, Hayes, that they tread water at least until the Olympic break, get everyone away. I think Tavares could use the break to get his legs kind of underneath him again. Both goalies healthy and sharp coming out of it. They don't, as far as the league-wide, don't have many players in the Olympics, right? They only have a few compared to some teams who are 10, 11, 12. So they should have an advantage of rest and getting better there. It's a significant time here. You can't just sort of look to the break and dismiss the impact of the games leading up to it.
Yeah, and it's a huge effect on what I think Brad Treliving could do. If you can go 5-2, you might be in a playoff spot, or you're certainly on the door of it. 4-3, you'd be close enough. You go 2-5, like you said, 1-6, 0-7, your season's over. Like it's probably over at that point. They're fighting with the teams in the Atlantic, and you look at the Metro. We talked about it yesterday. Carolina's in a really good spot, obviously. But Pittsburgh now is 6 points clear of being on the outside looking in. 6 points clear of Philly, who's in 4th in that division.
Crosby for Hart?
Well, it's... he looked... That tip goal he had last night was a beauty, man.
There is no one...
plays, right?
Yeah.
The chop tip, that is one of his patented plays.
God, can he chop tip a puck? Nobody 5 feet away from the net can chop it and put it under the bar like that guy. Anything around the net.
Find the angle, no matter where the puck, wherever the puck's coming from, whether it's vertical or horizontal, whether he's on the lip of the crease or that one was like hash marks. The chop tip is one of his favorites. The bank job would be the other one, which a lot of guys do around the league now. Zach Hyman and Tyler Bertuzzi, where they just sort of stacks everything on the back door to try to give a guy a target. Yeah, he's got a few that he can patent over the course of his career. But that was nice. And they had 3 goals in 54 seconds.
Yeah.
None of them on the power play. How does that even happen? That is wild.
The other thing, too, Johnny, his backhand. Oh. I think it's the best in the league. Like
him and Patrick Kane and Paul Kariya might be the 3 best ever at the backhand. Yeah. It's just Paul Kariya used to have a backhand kind of a slap shot, man. It was disgusting.
Mike Modano scored a backhand slap shot on me one time, and Wes Wall skated by and said, "What the hell was that?" And I was like, "I don't know. It's in my net already." It was outrageous. Modano came from right to left and came across the slot and backhand slapped it. It was like Reg Dunlop passing the puck. And it was under the bar.
That's exactly what Kariya did in Anaheim one night. He took this backhand Reg Dunlop slap shot, and I was like, what the hell? I've never seen anything like that, man.
Outrageous. Yeah, outrageous.
Well, you guys see the sauce Kane gave the other night? Like the backhand sauce.
To DeBrincat? That was 10 feet in the air?
So gross. So
Patty
sick.
Kane is feeling it, though. I watched him live, it was last Sunday. He's not just, it's not just, hey, I'm putting my time in. He looks, coming off, what was it, hip resurfacing?
He was out for a long
surgery?
time, yeah.
He looks comfortable out there, really comfortable. That Detroit team you're not sleeping on them.
No,
Hayes, you talked
with
about
that
them
goaltending.
Yeah, they're
like John
goaltending.
Gibson today. Noodles would come second in the Vezina. I think Sorokin still gets it, but Gibson probably comes second. He's 16-2 in his last 18 starts.
Yeah,
it's
been
a
unreal.
crazy run he's on right now. And I got to tell you, I didn't think he had that in him still. I thought, he might be an upgrade on the inconsistency they had in years past, but he's not going to be elite.
Yeah.
I've been wrong. He's been elite. He's been really good.
Yeah, he's been unbelievable. I agree 100%. I thought they shorted up. When you have Talbot, you have Gibson. Okay, you've got two, potential guys who can go on little runs here. It's a nice tandem. But they've been really good. And it took, I think Gibson started 0-3 and he didn't look good. And pulled in his first start, and you're like, oh, this is and then they settled in. The other thing is that Sider, that.
He's mean and good.
Man, is
really good. Yeah, he
and Edmondson, his partner, duo, sign them up for the next 10 years for Detroit.
Well,
right?
Guys, they're looking to take a step, and you're paying the guys all that money. Sooner or later, Stevie. Everyone kept asking Stevie, why didn't you guys do it? Why? The guys that he paid the money to, the young guys, the first-round picks, when they take that next step, that's when you make a move, and that's what Sider's done. Yeah. Obviously, they're getting some saves, but Sider taking a step. Dylan Larkin the last couple of years is playing a different kind of edge. Yeah, Lucas Raymond. Those are the guys you invested in. And if they don't take a step, you're completely screwed. Completely.
Yep. Agreed. Yeah.
They're doing it, man. They're doing it. It's interesting what's going on in the league. You look at the Bruins again last night, and last year they did the kind of retool.
Bottomed out.
They bottomed out. They retooled. Pittsburgh bottomed out. Kind of retooled, and look where they are. And I just wonder if that's a lesson for other teams. You got to get it right. You got to keep the right people. You got to sign the right guys in the offseason. You got to bank on health. There's a lot of things that have to break your way. But
here's a good question, or here's a question for you guys. Given where Pittsburgh was at the start of the season, I thought they were the only team that was a seller. What does Kyle Dubas do at the deadline now? If he had plans, is everything changed now?
They're well in the playoffs, Noodles. I just said it. They're way into the playoffs.
But he's got Stu Skinner that he could potentially flip because he's unrestricted. Kulak, the guys he traded Jari for. You look at it.
Anthony Mantha.
He's got some. Exactly. He's got some players there that are currency. But, he might have to go to Sid and go, what do you want me to do here? Because, my plan was this. And all of a sudden, Gino turns the clock back last night. You look at some player that. It's almost like everything's kind of come together. And I don't know if he meant for that or it just kind of through osmosis. But he's got some big decisions here in about a month to, where are we going type of thing if you're Pittsburgh.
I think he can kick the can down the road one more year, Noodles, because the only UFAs they have up front, Malkin, of course, so he's sort of unique. They're not going to trade him. But Kevin Hayes, you're not getting a big return. Nolan Char, you're not getting a big return. They just re-signed Blake Lazat, so that should tell you something, that they're keeping him as a pending UFA. So the only guy up front really that's going to get you something significant is Mantha. And so can you live without the prospect or the second rounder? I don't know if he gets a first-round pick. So I don't know if they have – and maybe they trade Kulak, maybe they trade Skinner. Those might be two guys, but then they ride with Shelovs and whatever defenseman they have, and I don't think it decimates them. But he doesn't have to decide on Rust or Raquel or guys like that because there's still a little bit term left on them. But I can't see – he's done a good job of sort of serving both masters, of both trying to be competitive for Sid and the guys, but also – they moved out some contracts and have themselves in a better position going forward. But that Metro has been not good. All those, Philly and Jersey and Washington. I thought Jersey and Washington were going to be good this year. And they haven't been. So, there's a real opportunity for them to get the playoffs. And if they play in the playoffs right now, Pittsburgh, they get the Islanders in the first round.
Exactly. You're thinking you could win a round.
In the second round, and what? Carolina's some unstoppable force in the playoffs?
No.
I mean, I don't think we'd say that. So, I don't think he goes down that road if they're in the same spot on whatever it is, March 6th. in the deadline day.
Yeah, there's a real opportunity for them to make a little bit of noise.
Yeah.
I mean, it's possible in the playoffs.
And maybe he adds at the deadline. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm looking at that. This has been a shift throughout the season where the team has dictated where the manager, his thought process goes, right? And then, conversely, you're looking at Vancouver or teams like that where you're like, oh, I didn't see, maybe you saw it coming, but I thought they'd be better this year, and now they're not. The Rangers was another team I thought.
Wow, the Rangers are crazy. They hire Sullivan, and they are a disaster. And as someone pointed out online, the head coach in Pitt was on the bench in New York a couple of years ago. So they've flipped. They lose him. He goes to Pitt. He's got them driving in the right direction, and they go out and get Sullivan, who was a last piece hire. That's a guy. It's like, well, he'll get his back. Over the hump hire, and they are dead last in the East and sending out letters to fans.
Yeah, the letter again was so crazy, man.
And that's just a message to your players too. It's like, we're toast, and they are anyway. But like the Rangers are dead last in the East.
Yeah, it's like usually the GM and the owner and the coach can bluff it that he still loves the team, but then when you see the note, you're like, oh, we are actually garbage.
You're done. You're finished.
What do you give for Archie Panarin though? Like, that's the thing, the dry hair floating around. Now he gets points, but is he a guy that puts your team over the top? Is he another threat? Like, I think he's ultimately ultra skilled. Don't get me wrong, but is he a guy that you view, Johnny, as hey, he's going to put our team to that next stratosphere, or is he a good addition to already a real quality team?
I think a pretty direct comparable to Panarin is Mitch Marner. Guys who are just, and probably better than Mitch Marner, but like prolific regular season scorers. And then when they get to the playoffs, they're still good, but not as. And I think for some of the same reasons, because they're pass first guys, they rely on time and space that they find in the regular season that's not as available in the playoffs. They're not super physical or physically, strong in the way that they play to create their offense. So he's a good player, but he's got to go in and be our lead dog. He's got to be a support player, second or third or fourth down the depth chart. He'll make you better. I think Washington's been pretty upfront that they want an influx of skill. Well, he could be that. If you don't have a good power play, Colorado's a good team with a bad power play. Utah's a good team with a bad power play. He would help in spots like that. I don't know if he wants to go to Utah, but for 2 months, Utah's a good team. You put Panarin on there with what some of the they have. That's where I think he maybe makes more sense, not as, put him in here and expect him to be our number one option right away.
Right. All right, Johnny. Well, enjoy it tonight. Enjoy the weekend. It's going to be a fun weekend. Big one for the Leafs. Vegas tonight, Colorado on Sunday. And this is going to be a make-or-break type of operation this weekend. I don't think there's any disputing that. So enjoy it, and we'll do it again early next week.
All right, boys. Enjoy the game tonight, and bundle up this weekend because it is going to be frosty.
Crazy cold. Polar vortex. There he is, Mike Johnson, joining us here on the Maple Toyota Hotline. It's time the Toyota and the 2025 Prius go up to 72 kilometers on battery alone, then seamlessly switch to hybrid mode. Check it out at Maple Toyota near Canada's Wonderland in the Maple Auto Mall. Yeah, I'm at the rink. So I was looking up on the weather app. You can check the hours.
Yeah.
I'm at the rink. 7 a.m. on Sunday. It is going to feel like minus 41 or something like that. So we're going to be getting into the car at around 6:35 a.m.
Dude, you got to start that thing at 5:15.
You have to start the golf cart up. Is the golf cart still alive?
No, it got parked.
This guy's big pimping now.
It got shipped out.
His vehicles.
It got shipped out. It got shipped out. It was a long time coming.
From the golf cart to the souped-up golf cart, man. This guy's a real deal now.
Well, the golf cart. It was a great. I missed that car, man. It just zipped around.
Dude, no, you don't. You're a cool dude, and you're a celebrity, and when you wheeled in that golf cart, it's like, this isn't adding up, man. It's not adding up.
Well,
plus, he's 6'4".
That's the problem, is how tall I was. That thing, when I would push the seat back, it would lock. It would hit the back. You know what I mean? It would get so far back, it would be hitting the chairs in the back. It was like Mr. Bean cruising
You were
around.
like Mr. Bean with their head through the sunroof.
That's what I look like.
Around.
I get my golf clubs in there, motor up. People are like, what is this guy doing, man?
Dude, I don't know if I've told you this, but my dad used to have a work van. And one night he came back from my brother's hockey game. This guy hit a horse.
Oh,
okay?
No way.
Like a giant. If you hit a horse in the go-kart, you're kaput.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
sure.
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You go right through
the Yeah, a horse falls on a go-kart, you're smushed.
Yes.
Yeah, 100%.
You're in big trouble. That's a big part of it, too. Safety has to be considered.
Yeah.
And it has been. It has been. But, yeah, that thing will be getting warmed up bright and early. So prepare yourself. It's go time this weekend.
Hang on a sec before we go to break. Joe from the bridge, can you just show my neighbor's dog Harvey watching OverDrive up in Collingwood? I got to do it. He's a big fan every day. Look at him, little Harvey watching.
I love it. Harvey.
MJ, Harvey.
Shout out to Harvey.
Harvey, there we go.
What a legend Harvey is.
I wanted the picture of Dana Carvey. That's where I thought we were
Dana
going.
Carvey, yes. We'll get to Dana Carvey.
Head wound Harvey.
Massive head wound Harry, I think, or Harvey or whatever.
That was the name of the character, Massive Head Wound?
Yeah, he'd go to parties and people would be like, oh, God.
I think there's a 45-second clip
I watched that show every Saturday night, and I don't remember.
You'll remember it. We'll play. All right, we'll play. We got to play it. Mail In Friday brought to you by Boston Pizza, Canada's favorite sports bar this January at BP. Get delicious, mouth-watering pastas starting at $11.99 every single day. Enjoy the pastas you love at prices you can't miss. Hustle into your local BP. Tonight, OverDrive continues up on YouTube Live.
Sunday on TSN 1050. Hear the NFC Championship between the LA Rams and the Seattle Seahawks. Coverage begins at 6:30 p.m. Hear it all on TSN 1050. The NFL lives here. Now, back to Overdrive with Hayes, Noodles, and the O-Dog.
All right, Mail-In In Friday brought to you by Boston Pizza, Canada's favorite sports bar. This January at BP. Get delicious, mouth-watering pasta starting at $11.99 every single day. Enjoy the pastas you love at prices you can't miss. Hustle in your local BP tonight. So Leafs go nice tonight. What a night it's going to be down there. It is freezing. Like, this is tough when you're waiting to get into the building. This is move people in quick type of operation.
Better be.
But a Friday night, indoors, you know, you've got nothing going on tomorrow for the most part. This is generally
there'll be a groove in there, man.
Yeah, this is a Florida type of evening for sure.
Yes.
For a lot of people.
Do you remember the behavior when you were younger at this kind of night? Like, guys would go outside with T-shirts on and blow a dart and feel no pain.
Yeah. Well, you'll see that at football games, right? Like on Sunday, like that Bears game last week, it was
no shirt
freezing.
Guy.
No shirt guy.
Yeah.
Which, that is crazy. Like, booing and cheering is one thing. What is going no shirt to the game doing for anybody? What is that proving? What is that? That's going to boost your team's morale? They're going to win the ball game because you have hypothermia by the end of it?
You know
That's
what was
crazy.
an awkward exchange last weekend is when one of Vrabel's ex-teammates basically said that Mike Vrabel always had booze in his stall, and if it was really cold, like he was always taking a sip, and the guys knew that if they wanted to hammer it, it was in his stall. I was like... The guy's a head coach in the NFL. Like, I don't. It was. Do you know the exchange I'm talking about?
No, I don't. I didn't see that.
I didn't see that either.
One of Vrabel's ex-teammates was claiming that this guy would have a flask in his stall. Mike Vrabel.
Okay.
And I was like,
flask guy.
Well, I mean, listen, I kind of get it. You know, if like, and he played well. He won. He was a Super Bowl champ.
Yeah.
Like, I guess if it's so cold, like the idea that you're going out there to hit people and short sleeves, and I guess
wasn't that the Red Sox that took a shot before the game?
Oh yeah, the bunch of idiots,
Johnny
Red
Damon
Sox,
and
man.
you're right,
There's
Noodles.
all kinds of stories about them wheeling out. Who knows
Take a
what
shot
those
before
guys
you
get
go
up
out.
to?
Yeah.
There's a bunch of athletes that are coming out 20 years after their career and be like, I had to smoke weed before every game.
Yeah.
Like they're admitting it. They're like, I couldn't play. I was like, how could you play a professional sport after hammering weed?
that I can't understand.
I can't either,
I
dude.
can't. Yeah, I can't. Well, who was the pitcher that said he was doing like acid or something? Was it?
Well, there was the back in the day. There was it was like oil can.
Can Boyd.
Yeah.
Oil Can Boyd. That's who it was, wasn't it? Like,
yeah,
said
he was a mess.
Yeah, like
Oil
I mean,
Can Boyd.
It wasn't. It was for the Yankees, wasn't it?
Well, David Wells pitched that perfect game hungover.
Yeah,
like he was
and he
severely hungover.
Yeah, he said he was the most hungover any human being has ever been.
Yeah, he was really hungover.
Yeah, that means he crawled out of a garbage bag at an hour
5 a.m. and made his way to the Bronx.
Yeah,
but yeah, Oil Can was really into some heavy stuff.
He had some problems. Like, yeah, he was doing like.
But there was someone that came out recently and said that they were drinking. I can't remember who it was, but were like pretty hammered playing games and like were successful in terms of playing, which is absolutely crazy.
Like what sport?
I want to say basketball, but I have to look at
you can't play basketball.
Basketball, I don't understand. Like how you're running so much. How could you ever do that?
Isn't there a story about MJ having a few drinks on the golf course and then going and dropping
36,
50
hammering Bud Lights and cigars, and he went and put up
JR's told that story, and JR hammered the Cavs that night because he thought there's no way this guy can do anything, and the Bulls not only won, but MJ put up like 50 points or whatever. Like MJ's just not normal.
Yeah,
like that guy's wired different than everybody else.
Yeah, crazy.
We never showed the William Shatner eating cereal while driving picture?
What?
You didn't see this,
I didn't hear
Noodles?
about this. Dude. I love that guy, Captain Kirk.
Yeah, Bill Shatner was driving around somewhere in L.A., I think. If you have it, Joe, post it.
You want to have a nuggie and dip it in sauce while driving is one thing, or a burg. A bowl of cereal behind the wheel.
But does he have a Tesla, like a self-driving Tesla?
This guy is hammering a bowl of cornflakes.
Granola, whatever it is, granola.
There's milk in there. Like this guy is on the road hammering cereal.
Well, listen, these self-driving cars now, all you have to do is just sit there. I did it the other day. I drove to Detroit and back, and my car drove me. But I didn't sit there and eat a bowl of cereal, which is outrageous.
That's the thing. You got to be cognizant of the other drivers who are worried about that.
What about the ice conditions? Like, does the stupid car know about changing lanes?
The car drives better than a human, put it that way. It's outrageous, these FSDs. I'm telling you. Okay. I'll send you a video. I'll send you I took a video while I was driving. I watched, on the way home after the game, I think Edmonton was playing. I watched Edmonton play, the whole thing.
Wow.
Like the whole game on my phone.
So
I was paying attention.
So let me just get this straight. You're not sitting in the passenger seat, right?
I'm sitting in the driver's seat. There's a camera inside that watches you to make sure that you can be paying attention, but it takes over. It just drives for you. It's outrageous.
That's pretty amazing.
It is outrageous.
I would never trust that, man.
Yeah, I'd be nervous too.
Once you you get used to it, it is a little bit weird, but it is. I had the self-driving cab in Phoenix this year. I sat in the back. The car came and picked me up. I jumped in the back, and it drove me back to my hotel from Best Buy.
Yeah, I remember you talking about that. Yeah. I guess you could have William Shatnered it. You could have brought some cereal.
Cereal, I don't know.
Could Rob Ford it, right? Rob Ford, back when he was reading documents on the Gardner.
Yeah, with the DVP, wasn't it?
Yeah, it might have been the Parkway, yeah. Either way, that's one of the all-time great picks. Like, he's a busy guy, Rob Ford. He had to be somewhere just driving and reading a massive city document of the utmost of importance.
Yeah, there are some things out there. Man.
Yeah, you got to be careful. It's a different world now, though. It's a different world. And maybe that's what he was doing. William Shatner, he's like, I'm not even driving. I'm just hungry, cereal. What's wrong with that?
It is crazy, though. We do have to get to the Dana Carvey.
All right, let's play it here. So this is Massive Head Wound Harry back on SNL back in the day. Dana Carvey, let's play it.
Hey, great party. I'm sorry I'm late. I forgot where you lived. Oh, my God!
That's okay, Harry.
I feel dizzy.
Would you like to lay down, maybe in the garage?
No, I just need some food to get my strength back. I lost a lot of blood on the way over here.
Oh, you got to try some of these shrimp, friend.
Good Lord. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me help you with that. I better go see if he's all right.
No. You stay here.
Oh, yeah. I'm fine. I just got to rest for a second. Yeah, maybe I need to lie down.
Why did you have to invite him?
Sorry, he overheard me talking to Bill and Steve. What was I going to do?
Massive head wound area.
But I don't understand how that skit could go any further than one episode. Like, that went on for more than one?
I don't know if it did. I just remember that one in particular. It's in the Dana Harvey best of. Like, there's some great best of SNLs. Dana Carvey and Chris Farley. Like, Farley's reaction there is so great.
Spits the food
He
out.
just snaps.
I'm anticipating, obviously, the reaction to Mitch Marner. I'm excited for the game, all of that. But I'm not lying. I want to see Craig Berube's going to walk out there like nothing happened.
Yeah.
And he's going to have a massive head wound and just be standing there behind the bench like nothing. And I guarantee you, it's like a ref will skate over and say, "What's going on here?" Like the refs might not be cognizant of what's happened.
Well, the people behind the bench, that's where it's like there's going to be someone sitting right behind the bench with a glass of wine, sitting down, and they're going to have a Farley reaction like, "Oh my God, look at that guy's head."
Exactly.
Like Berube's head is not far off Dana Carvey.
You get some filthy loaded people that kind of live like the foo-foo life, and he turns around with 75 zips on his forehead and has a look at them. That'll be a reaction.
Yeah. I need to know more about what happened to Craig Berube because his head is it's wild, but not missing anything. Not missing a pregame. Like, he could have missed the pregame chat today. Totally reasonable, right? Yeah. Totally reasonable. Craig, he's dealing with some medical stuff. He'll be at the game tonight. No, he's out there with a hat on talking and laughing about it and tough as nails. And what a game it's going to be tonight. Leafs Golden Knights. Yeah, it's going to be fun. And again, I think the Stolarz angle. Johnny brings up an interesting point about, he is somewhat of a distraction from Marner. If he's ready, you play him. Whether it's the best team in the league, worst team in the league, Marner's here, he's not. You're going to play him. And I don't know. You got to expect rust. You build in rust, but he's the kind of guy that I feel like last year, remember, he came back from the long-term injury and he was great.
Yeah. I think, too, it's how the team plays in front of you. If he has 8 shots against in the first period, and a lot of them are routine saves from the outside, you can settle into the game. But, Aiden Hill's, first shot against was Willie, in tight backhand, or something. I can't remember the goal, but it was a pretty good goal that he gave up. So, again, it's the chances that you give up that you can help your goaltender out to kind of, bleed him into the game instead of, breakaway or a 2-on-1 as his first shot against type of thing.
Well, we will find out soon. The game's on TSN Radio tonight. It's going to be a fun one. And then again, Colorado on Sunday. You got, the football games. You got the Raptors still out west doing their thing. They've been great recently. That trade deadline right around the corner. LeBron and the Buss family kind of going at it. That's getting spicy in L.A.
Yeah, that's some weird reporting out of that scenario, too.
Yeah, it's because there's a big, infighting with the Buss kids and all that, and they've sold the team, and stuff got public about, LeBron, and, they've been really good this year, the Lakers, and,
neither of those parties wanted any of that information going public.
Yeah, I think that's 100% accurate.
Yes,
neither party.
Nobody wanted to deal with a LeBron versus the Buss family in L.A.
No.
But it's out, and it's not leaving. That is for sure. All right, Best Bets coming up. Overdrive continues. TSN 1050 and on TSN 4.
tonight on TSN 1050. Your Toronto Maple Leafs take on Mitch Marner and the Las Vegas Golden Knights as Marner returns to Toronto. Coverage starts at 6 p.m.
Johnny Toronto!
Hear it all on TSN 1050. The Leafs live here. Now, back to OverDrive with Hayes, Noodles, and the O-Dog.
All right, best bets powered by FanDuel. Make your picks and assemble a same-game parlay in seconds on the FanDuel Sportsbook app. On the Leafs to win and Austin Matthews to score tonight, plus 200. Leafs win, Matthews scores. Best bets powered by FanDuel. Same-game parlays around the NHL are available on the FanDuel Sportsbook app. Please play responsibly, 18+, physically located in Ontario. So we got a couple of Leaf games, Raptor games. We got 2 big football games. Got the Amex going on. Don't forget about the giveaway we're doing. Your chance to win the golf trip of a lifetime, sending a fan to the Players Championship in Florida.
Yes.
And you're not just walking, you're going watching, you're going inside the ropes. You'll get flights, hotel, cash, and a once-in-a-lifetime VIP experience courtesy of the PGA Tour itself. This is as good as it gets.
Yeah.
So go to tsn1050.ca to find out how you can do that and how you can win the trip of a lifetime, man. You can't beat
Trip
that.
of a lifetime. Let's find a Boston Pizza in Jack's Beach, and we'll go next year, too.
Yes.
There is an idea.
I love
Yes.
that. Bring the clubs down and gotta happen, man.
Pablo
Got to happen.
Creek at 8 a.m. and then OverDrive.
Can't beat it.
Can't beat it.
Cannot beat that. Yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be a fun weekend. We'll see. I haven't looked at what your boy Scotty Scheffler's been doing today, but
Dude, he's 12 under par. I think there's this dude, Blades Brown. Isn't he like 17 years old or
Blades
something?
Brown. Who's that?
Dude, I'm telling you,
Never heard of
Blades
this guy.
Brown is going to be the real deal. He's just a youngster.
He's
like,
18. He's in the lead. He's 17 under.
Yeah,
Wow.
he's 18 years old, man. He was playing last year at 17.
Wow. He was born in 2007. How gross is that?
That's crazy.
That's nasty. That's younger than
Nasty.
Doogie, man. Wow, that is going to be the pairing tomorrow. Scheffler, Brown. Scheffler's 17 under. Can you imagine being 18 years old and having Scotty Scheffler breathing down your neck at a golf
And
tournament?
this kid probably doesn't think anything of it, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Doesn't care.
100%. He'd be like, oh, you go with that grip. Eh? Oh, that's interesting. I'd probably try this.
Yeah.
Okay. Number 1 player in the world. Scheffler, 17 under. Just so nails all the time. All right, boys. Well, it's been a fun one today. Let's see what comes. But I'm telling you, Berube's in a top hat or something tonight. Leafs win big.
Yeah.
Leafs win big
The
tonight.
Punch Imlach special.
Yeah, Punch Imlach tonight, and they win big this evening. But it's going to be a fun one right here on TSN Radio. Thanks to everyone behind the scenes for helping out. We appreciate it. Everyone for tuning in today. TV, radio, podcast, web. We appreciate that. We're out of here. Enjoy your evenings. Enjoy the games. We're back Monday at
4 p.m.
We'll chat then.
The Masked Singer, Wednesday at 8, 9 Mountain on CTV.
Miss Guillory is a one-woman hurricane.
I'm an incredible multitasker.
She connects with cases in ways conventional detectives cannot.
I think I just figured it out.
I never doubted you for a second, Guillory.
I left my phone in the car. Give me yours.
The last time I let you borrow my phone.
I changed the ringtone. The baby got back. I haven't heard the end of it.
I like big butts and I cannot lie.
She did it again.
High Potential, all new, Tuesday at 9, 10 Mountain on CTV. Stream next day on Crave.
Welcome to SportsCenter. Mitch Marner makes his much anticipated return to Toronto tonight as the Golden Knights get set to take on the Maple Leafs.